Anna's Weirdo. So I got the package in the mail with all of the fidget toys and the like stress reliever toys that I got for the upcoming giveaways that I'm going to be doing for Mental Health Awareness Month in May. So I wanted to show you all what I got. So yeah. So the first one, and probably what I'm most excited for, honestly, is these spiky, like hand rollers. So the ones that I'm gonna be in the giveaway are one of these really smaller ones, and I got a bigger one. I didn't realize it was gonna be bigger. I just wanted an extra one. So this one is really cool and rainbow. Sorry, my brain's kind of like scattered right now, so if I'm kind of all over the place. This one's rainbow, and the rest of them are like chameleon, like shift ones. So this one's red and orange. This one's purple and blue. It's so pretty. And this one is green and blue. And so all of these come on keychains. The one I got has a space for a keychain, like a hole for it, but it didn't come with a keychain. And basically how these work. So like I don't think that necessarily everyone will like sensory toys like this, but if you kind of like something that has a little bit of pain, a little bit uh, kind of more I don't know. It's definitely an experience that not everyone's gonna like in their fidget toys. But if you like it, you really really like it. So these are 3D printed. They're very lightweight, so they're not gonna add a lot of weight to your keychain or wherever you put it. And you can roll it in your hands like this. You can keep it in one hand and just squeeze it however you want. So it's got these tiny little spikes on it. They're not super super sharp. They're not going to pierce your skin or anything like that, but they are going to like leave an impression on your hand. I don't know if you can see that. So they'll leave like a little bit of an impression on your hand when you squeeze them. And you can, with your hands like this, you can change how much pressure you put on them. But these are really cool. I really like stuff like this. So if you like something like this will be included in every giveaway that week. Now I'll be honest, this is like first impressions because I did actually open this and record it in like first impressions already, but my audio was shit the whole time, so that's how that happened. Next is these tangles. So I got a couple different colors, really just kind of was like random colors. So how these work is they have little segments that you can move around like this. So they're great. All of these are fairly quiet, so you can use them wherever you want. They're great for stimming, if you're neurodivergent. They're great for stress relief. Just, I mean, I know that like if you haven't used like fidget toys and stuff like that before, like you might be like, this seems totally pointless as there's such a huge market for fidget toys now. But they can be really, really good for helping you regulate your emotions, times of stress, when you're bored, keeping your hands busy. Anytime you need something like that, it can be really helpful. So I like these. So these are called like tangles or something like that. And you can move them kind of like with your hands like this. You can also rearrange them to kind of be like a little stack like this. So I have, I think, 2 pink, 2 green, and a clear one of this. So that who wins will get one of those. So if you win if you win a giveaway or multiple giveaways, because you can re-enter every week. If you are in the United States, then you get fidget toys and a gift card. And if you If you are not in the United States, then I'm just doing the gift card. So that, and I'll announce this when they come up. So don't worry about that. This is just looking at all of these different fun things. So next is these textured stickers. I'll show you examples of each one. So these are textured stickers, and they're kind of modeled after Calm Strips. And Calm Strips is a company that it basically started with one standard style of strip that would be like 3 inches long, and it'd just be kind of like sandpapery feeling. It wouldn't be like abrasive to your skin, but it would feel kind of like sandpaper. And so you would rub your finger along that and focus on that and kind of focus on getting like out of your head and down using those. So these are kind of like that. So you kind of see that sparkly look to it is the texture, actually not glitter. So this one is a infinity, so you can kind of focus on your breathing as you trace the infinity. A lot of these are going to be about focusing on your breathing. And then this one just says like little things like focus, calm, whatever. So focusing on tracing the star. So this one says attention, calm down, hold. I don't like being told to calm down, personally. That doesn't make me calm. This is breathe, it's okay, hold, breathe, it's okay, hold. Okay, so it's like a breathe. I don't know if you can see that. And these are pretty small. They're like 2 inches, not even an inch and a half. This one, it's a little rainbow. It says breathe. And these are all stickers, so you can stick them on your computer. You can stick them anywhere you like to help you focus. This one has 1 through 8, and you can count and use that to help calm yourself. So these are really great for if you like to use breathing exercises or things like that to kind of help kind of calm you down and help you regulate a little bit. And I have found these pretty cool. In the past, I put one like on my laptop next to my trackpad so that I can always like have one there. So if that's your thing, you might like it. It's not for everyone, but that's why I try to do different types of fidgets and stress aids, if you will, because I wanted to have different options for um, different folks. So these next things are really cool. I like them a lot. And these are the one I already opened. So these are kind of like if you've ever seen like a worry stone. These are very similar to that. They come in different textures and sizes, and they're all made out of silicone. And the front and the back have textures, and they're just really cool little items to kind of use. Again, it's everyone's gonna find something different out of it. For me, with my ADHD and my anxiety, I find that these types of things are really, really helpful. Also, I find that like with my ADHD, like if I'm struggling to like get the point out, honestly, like to get to be talking to you all and showing you all these things, I should be using these things. But things like this help me if I kind of like channel some excess energy into that as I'm trying to communicate. I find it's a little bit easier. Plus, like these things, if you're the kind of person who likes to chew on things, hey, welcome in. If you like to chew on things, these are definitely not gonna be an issue if you're a chewer. But yeah, I love these textures. They feel so cool. I love these little spiky grip things. They're awesome. I mean, honestly, I was like, what types of fidgets would I want? And then that's how it got. So I can't wait for the giveaway so that um, I can share these with you all. How are you doing, Amy? What's up? What are you working on? I'm having like a weird day, but that's okay. It'll be okay. It's not a bad day. It's just like a weird day. So these, I know people who love stuff like this, so that's why I bought these and included them. For me personally, they are not my type of thing. But these are like worry stones or just like little motivational rock things. So basically, you get like a card that says "Life is tough, but so are you." I think that's cute because I don't like things that I don't like things that are positive in a way that it's toxic. So I try to be very mindful of that. So it says, "Here's a little pocket hug." There's a bunch of different little resin hearts. Here's a little pocket hug just to remind you that you are tough and strong. So keep it in your pocket and remember you got this. So just like a little card that comes with a little stone. Tomorrow's tattoo day. Woo, 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 woo. Working on your blackout sleeve or something different. I love tattoos. I want to get them all the time. So there's a bunch of different hearts in there. So I know that some people really like having stuff like that. Yeah, it's so cute, right? And like it's just something little you can have in your wallet, in your purse, in your pocket, whatever. And just like it's a nice thing. And like to me, like the message was really nice. It's like life is tough, but so are you. Like, and I think that when we're going through hard times, like I don't think it's I don't when I'm trying to be encouraging to someone about who's going through a hard time, I'm not like, hey, things are actually just fine. There's no problems in the world. Like I think that ooh, a new one. Nice. I can't wait to see. Um I hi Chris, welcome in. Um but I feel like it's not always helpful to be like, there's no problems, don't worry about things. So instead of that, I try to be like you've gotten through harder stuff before and you've survived, and so like you can do it. Um, but that doesn't mean that like you know, it's not hard. So like it's kind of always the balance of everything, right? Not to say that there's one right or wrong. I'm so excited. So I'm for the giveaways that I'm doing for Mental Health Awareness Month. I'm going to be doing, if you win the giveaway of the week in May, you will get a package mailed to you if you're in the States with one of each of these fidget toys, stress toys that I'm showing off. And then also you'll get a $20 gift card to, I was planning on having it be Hirschner's, but if you want it somewhere different, whether it's yarn related or not, I can totally game. If you're not based in the United States, then I'm just going to do it with a gift card. And as long as there aren't any like big fees associated with getting a gift card, it'll be the same across the board for everybody. So these I think are really fun. These tangles, because I could just go like this all day long, and I have done that. These are just more of the same things. Okay, I think that's a little bit of everything. Yeah, so like the silicone stone thingies, the these stickers that are like textured breathing things, the pocket hugs, with the little cards. I love those. Those are cute. It's not my type of thing, but I do recognize that a lot of people love them. So like I would never have one probably, but that doesn't mean that they're bad by any means. The tangles that you can play with, and one of these spiky things. And they're really light, like they're surprisingly light. I guess they're hollow. But if you haven't seen how people use these, mine's a little bit bigger, and it is a little bit spiky, so you can roll it between your hands, or you can hold it like with one hand, and it's gonna leave a little bit of an impression, but it's not gonna hurt you. It's not gonna, like, it is like a bunch of little pinches, so you'll get like a little impression on your hand, but it's not. It's kind of like it's like kind of like a meat tenderizer. But if you're into that kind of thing, like if you like a little bit of pain and you're stress relief, then this is the ideal thing. So I put a little bit of everything in there. Hopefully people like that. So we'll see. I was trying to think, like, because I wanted to do a gift. I wanted to do a giveaway or some giveaways for Mental Health Awareness Month, anyways, which is how I kind of like thought of all this stuff. And I just I was like trying to think like what would be, because I was thinking about doing a yarn giveaway, right, or like a yarn store giveaway, because right now, like with shipping prices being what they are, it doesn't make sense for like me to order yarn and then ship it to other places. Like it just makes sense to like get yarn somewhere and ship it to wherever someone is. And then I was like, but I don't know what yarn people will like, and it's probably better and easier just for people to get what they like. So that's what the gift card is all about. But then I was like, well, if I wanted to incorporate mental health into it, I think that doing like a little care package of stress toys would be really cool. So that's how I got to where I have now ordered a bunch of different stress toys. Um, and I have more stress toys and things that I like to use, but um, these are always fun. And I have been using this all day. Um, when I originally unpacked this, I was like, "Ooh, this is mine. This is what I really like." But I also think that these are going to be some of my favorites. These little silicone stones, because they're super fun. I do say that I will say that like if you're using a lot of pressure, you probably want to take a break every once in a while, just so your hand don't get too kind of uh, overstimulated. But you do you. I won't tell you how to live your life. So, anyways, that's my like QVC walkthrough of all of the things. So, how is everyone? So, Amy's working on her shawl. Gonna get a tattoo tomorrow. Are you gonna will you tell us what you're planning on getting, or is it gonna be a surprise? I understand that so much. So much. Yeah. Yeah. The connectivity. I think that's a really great analogy. I think it's really beautiful. Yeah. The way things just like connect. Just like it's just like one big connection of squiggles. I watched this. I saw this like short. I'm sure like it seemed pretty popular, so maybe you've seen it. But it was like confusing kids that like never saw uh, who never learned cursive, like words that were crazy when you write them in cursive, and one of them was like in minimum. So writing minimum just like looks like a bunch of like, you know, until you put the eyes in, and even still, it's just um, sober till it's over. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Are you going with like a American traditional style? I feel like that would look super cool. That's great. I love that. And I know you had a pretty eventful couple of weeks because you got baptized pretty recently too, right? I meant to comment congratulations, but I just forgot. So sorry. Congratulations now. I think it was a font joke that Chris made. Yeah. And all of these fidgets, I kind of inadvertently got to be, you know, neurodivergent, you know, friendly because I'm a big stimmer, and I did not realize how absurd my stimming was until I had like a therapist, a neurodivergent specific therapist, who was like, "That's what stimming is. You're doing it." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Your husband is a normie. Yeah, it's a very trying to describe what it's like to be inside of a um, neurodivergent brain is pretty challenging at times. Um, I think that probably goes with just about every mental illness or disability or anything like that. Like it can be very hard to communicate these specific, things that go on in our brains and how we deal with things. But being neurodivergent and just having completely different wiring from like start to finish, it's not like an episode that exists, right? It's just like all the time. Our brain just functions in a different plane of existence. Um, I like I uh, I remember when I got diagnosed like officially with ADHD. They like it was, or I think I had heard around at the time people talking about ADHD. Is they're like you have a Ferrari brain and like like a Ford Pinto uh, ability to do anything about it, or like, and that's right, you have like a Ferrari engine in like a Ford Pinto car. That's like your brain and like your body's ability to like do things and do executive function and stuff like that. And I was like, but like, what good is the Ferrari brain? Because they're like trying to make you feel better, and you're like, I can't do my dishes. I can't do my laundry. I hate taking showers. um, so yeah, cool, I guess, but you know, would prefer if I was living in a world that was made for me and my brain. Um, but yeah, it's funny, like some of my stimming that I did growing up, like and like you might see me do it like occasionally, like sometimes I forget like that I'm on camera or something and I do something. I do like, and like I'll do this a lot. Like if you ever see me doing this, like that is stimming for me. Like this particularly feels so good. It feels like a hug. But I did it so much growing up that like my little sister, who is not neurodivergent, she like we just started doing it because I would get like excited because of all this energy, and so like she would start, we started doing it like as of like we're excited thing, and so now she does it, and it's not a stim for her. Well, I guess like it is, but not because she's neurodivergent. It is a stem, and she does like have like energy, but like she doesn't need to like. It's so weird, but like learning like all of these adaptive things that you do are like only because you're neurodivergent. Having someone point that out, you're like, oh, okay, that's weird. But it is what it is, right? I feel like, um, you know, I know with me, I feel like my energy level is like very weird today, and I know that I did not sleep last night, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. I feel like I don't know, I feel like off, but whatever. Sorry if I seem weird, extra weird right now. Um, but there were all these things that like I feel like a lot more people are talking about what it's like to be neurodivergent and like all of these common experiences that we have as neurodivergent people that like we just thought either were like normal and everybody has them, or that we were like freaks for having them and nobody has them. And it's really nice to be able to have access to that, so that we can start to kind of like normalize our own experience and um, be able to kind of like communicate with our partners better and people around us because yeah, I did give you a fair warning, so I appreciate it, Chris. I appreciate it. But like sometimes you just feel kind of like off and you're just like, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I guess this is what you're getting. um Maybe it's because like it's the one day since the playoffs have started, pretty much that I haven't watched hockey. So I'm like, who am I? um, I played some Magic this morning because the new set just came out. So that that vibe was meh, all right. I don't know. New sets always are weird, trying to get used to the new cards, but um, I don't know. I always, when a new set comes out, I always try to do something very different, especially at the very beginning. I wish I'd do something very different than I normally do. Um, so I played colors I never play, and I played blue green, which is that's a color combination I've never once played. And so the vibe was just weird, and the set was different, and whatever. So it's fun, but takes some time getting used to. So, hi Vicky, welcome in. How are you doing? What are you up to this evening? This fine afternoon slash evening. I went through the Happy Meal that I got, and those are going to be in the packages that I do for the giveaways next month. Wanted to get the pre-order, but I overspent this month. Yeah, I understand. I understand. I like. I'm still. I was thinking about it, and because I like streamed a little bit, and I was like, the Turtles came out, I think, like the second week of March, and then this like Secrets of Strixhaven just came out like yesterday or today, or whenever. Well, probably Friday. What day is it? Doesn't it usually come out on Friday for Friday Night Magic? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Just watching me. Well, I'm glad you're here, Vicky. Thank you for being here. Um, but whatever. Whenever it came out very recently, like for the past couple days, right? And but like that's like just over a month between the sets coming out, which is wild. Like the rate at which the cards are coming out is so fast, and it means that cards cycle through standard a lot faster, and it just like you, you know I don't know, it feels a little bit like a money grab which it's a company. They're gonna make Wizard of the Coast is gonna make money. That's what they're that's what companies do. So, but I guess the using like other people's intellectual property, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like that was more like a money grab. Even though I really like playing the turtle set, I really like it. So I'm not gonna shit talk it too much. Although I know a lot of people who don't like it, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I want to ask your opinion. So you can see the color shift too on the bottom. And it just gives you like this nice little stabby feeling. Like I have this Starbucks cup. It's over there, and I'm too lazy to get it. But I'm sure you guys have seen me drink my dark green cup. I only have 2 cups, right? But it has like these. They're not this pokey, but they're pretty similar in shape, and it's all over the sides of the cup. And so that's why I got it, because it actually was a little stabby, and I liked it. um, and then this came out, and I was like, oh, even better. Now I don't have to use that cup to stab myself. I like getting new cards because it gets boring playing against the same decks. So I like new cards. Paying $50 a month is, yeah. See, that's why I don't. I've never been a like invest a lot of money in Magic. I can't do it. And I think that I. So have you played Brawl yet? I know. I think last I checked, you had not played Brawl yet. Is that correct? Because Brawl is like really like you will stop. You're not playing against the same decks hardly ever, um, and I think that like you can sink a lot of money into it, but you don't have to. Like I don't think. I mean, I haven't put $1 into uh, Magic the Gathering Arena. Oh yeah, on the back or the backside. Oh yeah, that would be good. Yeah, I would be on like achy muscles. That would be really good. But it'd probably stab your hand more than your muscles. But it does do kind of like something like what like a foam roller would do. Um, but yeah, I would check out Brawl. It's a different format, obviously, very different play style. I am not good at building Brawl decks. I also really hate playing Brawl, but it's some of most people that I know that is their favorite format. Um, and uh, so if you wanted to check that out and you are tired of playing the same uh, decks, playing against the same decks constantly, I would say that that's a really good one to be in. Um, uh, and then also because of its format stipulations, you don't buy multiples. You're only playing one ofs, so you can get away with not having to really invest any money at all into that deck if you want. And if you want to put money into it, you could just put it into a couple cards, including your commander, because that's really where like commander, like your commander is probably where you're going to put money into. But like it, like I'm just using my like little Lotus points or whatever those things are. Have you played the other format? Because yeah, if you are playing the same decks over and over again, you're playing against it, the same decks over and over again. I can understand how that's boring. Because yeah, after a certain point, a lot of people are playing, um, are playing. Like they're going off of deck lists, so it's not even that's not fun. Um, and if when I can tell I'm playing against one of those decks, I'm like, okay, well, whatever, you know. Something else you could do, so you could draft. So that's a good way to get cards because you like, um, my friend was always like, don't at least if you were gonna buy just like solo packs and stuff like that, um, that drafting was a lot better of a way um, to open packs than just like opening them by themselves, if you know what I mean. Um, because when you draft, you are cycling the cards with like other people, and you're getting the same amount of cards. I mean, I think what you're describing is, probably a different game entirely, but um, I I think I would. I know that you get a brawl deck just to try out, um, and it's not great, but I think that you would like it, Chris. Because also like usually, like you can play those decks against more than one person. Now in Arena, I think you just play brawl against one person, but I think that like usually when you play Commander, you're playing Commander with against like three other people or so, like three or so other people. So it's not so much about like just trying to get the game over with as fast as possible and taking people out. It's like this big thing that you got to think about. So it's a lot more of like a group dynamic and like not drawing attention to yourself, but also doing really well. And like um, it's just a whole different play style. Um, and then drafting. Hey Zach, welcome in. Fried. I didn't even see that. My brain's fried for sure. I did not sleep last night. My brain's like meh. But yeah, I mean, before you forsake all of the what Arena can offer, I would say try a little bit of everything that it has to offer, um, because you're playing one of like what 10 formats total. Um, so I think that there's a lot more, and if you are tired of playing against the same decks, but you like having new cards come out, I think that um, that could uh, be good. Or you could play something like modern. I forget what they call it. It's like timeless or something like that in Arena, and that is where you can play a card unless it's banned on the ban list. But you can play cards whenever they came out, or like no matter when they came out. So it's not a big deal. If you see me lullaby and I just go like this and just like pass out right here on camera. Um, I showed off the different fidgets I got earlier. Um, this is one of them. It's a little stabby little hand thing. I like rolling it in my hands and having it stab me. Yeah. So I'm trying to think if there's a card game or there's like a I don't really know because like I don't really know how a like if you are talking about boss battles, like I just think about going to some of like the tabletop RPGs, and I don't really know where or if there's a crossover um, between a trading card game and something like that. There might be. Sure, somebody's tried to think of something, but the thing about Magic is it's a game where you like is that boss fight like do you want that to be a person with a fixed deck, or do you want that to be a person with a variable deck? Do you want it to be a computer with a fixed deck? Because a computer's not going to be able to, like if you played a bot game, which you had to start playing on Arena, like that computer does not think. It plays the same cards regardless of what's out there. Um, so like it'll like start like buffing you and stuff when it should be like buffing its own players, buffing its own creatures and stuff. So yeah, I don't think Magic could be. I don't think anything in Arena could be like that. But I've been known to be wrong once or twice before. So I don't know. I don't play games much anymore as all, but it's fun when there's nothing to do or be done. Very little commitment. Yeah, absolutely. You definitely don't need a lot of commitment. I think that I like I play probably every other day, maybe every day. But I definitely try to. I always check for midweek Magic to see if that's something I want to do because they're constantly evolving. Like every week is different. Reading MMOs, yeah, like the low commitment, exactly. Yeah, I was just thinking about that comment about the like you wish there was like a boss fight or something like that. And I was like, I don't know if that is something that that can be done um, without you know having it be like at least a little bit like you're not going to get like best of the best out of that. So um, I did, Vicky. I did. I kind of show you really quickly. So these are all the fidget toys that I got. So these are little pocket hugs. These are little resin hearts. And these are all for the giveaways that are happening next month. So it's a little card, little card stock. And says, "Life is tough, but so are you. Here's a little pocket hug just to remind you that you are tough and strong. So keep it in your pocket and remember you got this." It's just like a little heart that you can keep with you. It's a nice little. It's motivational without being too corny, I think. I'm very sensitive to corny, inspirational quotes. Don't want the stress of competition. Okay, makes sense. So these are textured stickers, and these are really good They're based off of these things called calm strips. These are kind of like rip-off versions, and um, they come in a bunch of different shapes. So they're all textured, so you can see how they look kind of like sparkly. That's actually texture. It's kind of like very, it's almost like a sandpaper grit feeling, but it's not abrasive to your skin. And so all of these, you can kind of trace your fingers around the shape. This one is a little infinity. So you can kind of take that and breathe in, and breathe out. I wish they said breathe in, breathe out, like that's what the calm strips do, but you know, use your imagination. We're on a budget here. Breathe. So really, it's just about using. I'm a big believer in using our physical senses to get out of a. They look glittery, but they are. I mean, I guess they kind of are a little bit, but it's actually just the light shining off of the texture. Like if you like, can you hear that? So it's just the texture. They're not really that glittery, but just with the light shining on them, they look glittery. And so each of them looks a little different kinds, and so they just be good to have on your computer, on your phone, or a water bottle, wherever you like to put stickers. These can be good for that. Like I said, I like to have this. I would say it's more like having those tiny glass, like clear glass beads that don't have any holes in them. If you've ever used those, it's not as much of a sand as like the texture's a little bit larger. Or if you had sandpaper, but it was not rough, it was just kind of rounded on the edge. Okay, so these are the ones I got for you all. So I got 4 of these. These are tinier versions of the one that I got. So there is a green and blue one, a blue and purple one. So it has this kind of like beautiful shift to it. This red, it kind of looks pink. I don't really know. Red, orange one. And then this one doesn't shift at all. It's just rainbow like that. And so these are, you can hold them in your hand and kind of make a fist around them. You can roll them around. You can roll them between your 2 hands. They're a little bit pokey. They're going to leave a little bit of an impression on your hand if you squeeze them. They're not going to hurt you. They're not going to do permanent damage. They're not going to open your skin or anything like that. But they're going to, if you are one of those people that likes a fidget or stress toy that's going to kind of use pain to distract you, this could be good. So it's not going to be everyone's favorite toy, but if you like that kind of toy, then this will be good. So how the giveaways are going to be working is every week in May, I will be doing a giveaway. And I will be, if you're in the States and you win the giveaway, you will get a package of fidgets, and you will be getting a $20 gift card to Hirschner's or anywhere that you would like that doesn't have a bunch of fees. If you are not in the States, then I'm just going to do the $20 gift card so that I don't have to worry about shipping something to you for like $40 or whatever. So next are these. Thank you, Vicky. So next are these. These are silicone, kind of like worry stones. They come in a bunch of different textures, different colors, sizes. They're very fun, very soft, very bendable, pliable. And they're just really fun to like run your fingers over and kind of feel a bunch of different textures. If you are someone who likes to chew on fidgets and stuff like that, you can do that with these. Whereas, like, I would not recommend chewing on that. But these, I don't know what it is about them. I think they're like actually baby toys. But I was in treatment one time and they literally had these, and I was like the whole session, I was like, yes, yes. I barely paid attention at all. I was just like in. Thank you, Vicky. I'm excited to share them with you all. I got fidget toys that I have either tried before and I really loved, and I wanted some, or I thought I would really like, and so I hope that you all would like them too. Yeah, and I agree, Chris. It's so cool that I think that like for a little bit, it seems like it's calmed down a little bit. Maybe that's just my perspective, but it seemed like for a little bit that like there were so many fidgets, and I think it's good that people have a bunch of different options, and it's become like a lot more normal to like see someone with a fidget toy or something like that. I think it's calmed down a little bit from its height, but I think it's great that there are options for people, because there's always going to be mentally ill people. There's always going to be people who maybe aren't mentally ill but have stress and anxiety, because one thing that is constant in this world is stress. And so anything that can make it a little bit easier for you, like, why not, right? And then I think this is the last one. Yeah. So these things are called tangles, and so they have these little segments that you can move around and play with, and you can fidget with however you want, and you can put it in a little stack like this, wear it like a little ring if you want. I don't know your life, you do what you want. I love tangles. I think they're fun. Also, a lot of these are quiet so that you can fidget and people, you don't have to worry about drawing attention to yourself, because a lot of times when you're anxious and you're trying to regulate, you don't want a bunch of people staring at you, getting all up in your business, right? So, um, so this is, I have, I think 2 pink, 2 green, and a clear, maybe. So just some fun stuff to keep your hands busy, keep your mind busy, keep you in a cool, happy place. So, I feel like usually for mental health month, I don't it's, I don't think about it until like pretty much the month is over. Um, or I'm preparing so hard for June, which is Pride Month, or traditional family month, which would suck my dick. Um, and and if you don't know what I just said, just disregard that. It was a joke. But usually I'm thinking about Pride Month we're this time of year, right? Because June is Pride Month, and so I was like, okay, I really want to do something for um, uh, Mental Health Awareness Month, because I feel like this year in particular, I've kind of come into a different place with my bipolar disorder, and I've been how it would work as a ponytail holder. Um, I mean, my thing is that I feel like I see where you're coming from with that question, but it can't change size any more than this. So like it's kind of all or nothing with it's like it's at its smallest or at its biggest. There's kind of no in between. If you could make this into a ponytail tail holder, I would be very interested to see that. Because like I mean that would be cool. My brain doesn't can't make it happen, but if you can make it happen, that's definitely um, that would be really cool. But yeah, I feel like it looks like one, but it just doesn't have any elasticity and yeah. But who knows? You know, sky's the limit. Yeah, like if you put your hair into a ponytail and you slip this, like if you fed your ponytail through it and then somehow like pinned your hair enough where it wouldn't slip out, why not? I don't know. It'd be cool. Also, it'd be really cool if you crocheted around this because there's no like openings really in the joints. Um, so like you could crochet around this and then you could have like a crocheted toy that you could play with um, if you wanted to. But I love the creativity. Don't let me stop you. Um, but yeah, and then for Pride Month, I have literally no idea. I've been thinking about if I might do something for that. Um, oh yeah, but I feel like I've come in here to kind of like a different place with my bipolar, and um, I think a lot of that comes from it being like my first full like March counts or like the end of March uh, slash beginning of April marks my 1 year like living by myself. Um, I guess like technically for the first time ever because I've lived with roommates and then um, so all of that I feel like I've had to have and then obviously being like a brain damaged person who's disabled is uh, different, and um, I've had to come into a very different place with taking care of myself and understanding uh, my illnesses. And so I feel like I really wanted to do something for Mental Health Awareness Month because I'm just in such a different place with them, with my understanding and with my approach to my own health, and wanting to wanting to like talk about it with other people and talk about other people's um, uh, experiences with them. So also I am really excited doing something different. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm really scared if I'm being honest, but um, I didn't want the conversations that we had this month. Um, have you thought about taking some psych classes? I majored psych in college, and it really helped me get through some bad times. I did take some like Psych 101 classes when I was in college, um, and I thought they were really interesting. Um, I've uh, like the truth of the matter is I can't go to school anymore. Like I can't learn like I could. Like college requires you to anymore because I am really passionate about mental health, but I also learn a lot from other sources other than traditional learning environments because I can't do that anymore. And also, it is very difficult for me. I think that um, it takes a special kind of person to get through psych majors and stuff like that. And I mean that with all like respect, right? Because it's like every time you hear or see like a symptom or something like that, you like apply it to yourself, you apply it to someone else, something like that. And like I have like literally have the DSM of diagnoses, and so I don't need my mind playing a trick on me even more than it already does. So, but I really like it, and when hey Lori, it's good to see you. It's wherever you are, it's cool. I appreciate that you're here. Um, when I had a hair in my mouth, Scotty here. When I was trying to get disability, I um, I was like studying, like I was trying to get my master's, um, and of all the things about bipolar and traumatic brain injuries, and like how like everything played into it, like all of these things, and like feeding all of that information to my disability lawyer. And so like I became an expert on my illnesses, um, and I um, yeah, so I feel like I learned a lot in that time. It is very interesting, and I do like learning about it, but I just don't like I could never be a therapist. That's that's such a unique personality type that I don't have. They're a lot more I leave it in their capable hands. But for this, uh, for I'm gonna try to be doing some interviews with people, and they're gonna be short. Like I don't, I don't think they're gonna be particularly long. And anyway, but I talk about my mental health and my disorders quite a bit because I feel comfortable to do that here. And um, I um, lost my train of thought. uh, I feel comfortable to do that here, but I know other people who've experienced other mental illnesses, or maybe they have the same diagnosis as me, in one thing or another, but their experience is different, and how they move through life is different. And I didn't want this month to be all about, this upcoming month, to be all about me sharing the same stories that I've already shared. Um, which, I mean, granted, like I could talk about stupid shit I've done being bipolar, like until the end of my days, and probably not get through it all. But I wanted to change it up a little bit, share some stories on my channel that people haven't heard on my channel, and from other people who are going through different things. Because I think that if we're talking about mental health, we should, you know, try to diversify a little bit. It's not just bipolar one, like with my specific, like it's not my specific diagnosis month. It's mental health. The Spoonie Stitcher might be up that alley. Oh, I don't know the Spoonie Stitcher. I did only ask the people that I had I know and like kind of have talked to about mental health before, um, even if it's like private off camera, um, because I like I've tried doing interviews and stuff with people um, that I did not know as well, and that's fucking awkward because I'm not a professional interviewer, and I'm like, how do I talk to people? I am awkward. So yeah, I don't know the Spoonie Stitcher, so I did not ask them. Um, I'm sure they're great. But yeah, and it would be cool to talk to them about stuff. But I have to open up a line of communication first, and have not done that with them. But yeah, so but yeah, Amy and Lori are on that list of people that I'm gonna interview. And thank you both very much for saying yes to it. Yeah, really, the MAL was just about doing a giveaway a month and having different people's interpretations or approaches to certain things. Some weeks might just be like a question, some might be like interpretive. So you could do like crochet or something, or you could just write a couple sentences or something. Um, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. I was inspired by the MAL, and then as I worked through the mechanics of what I was doing, I was like, it's not super close to the MAL, but it was still inspired uh, just by them. Um, and yeah, so but yeah, I'm excited to talk to other people who just have walked a, a different path, and and we're still under this big umbrella of mental health, and whether or not you have diagnoses or you don't, it's so important for all of us to consider our mental health. And especially because a lot of us are spending a lot of time, like where most of our lives are, on the internet, and the internet can be just the most draining place for mental health in history, right? So taking care of ourselves is very important, and want to make sure that we all focus on how we can do that. Um, this, so we'll have fidget toys, we'll have we'll have gift cards, have a little shopping therapy, especially on someone else's dime. That's pretty sweet, right? Um, and then, uh, hopefully we can just have have good month, have good month. I'm gonna chuck this thing out the fucking window. Coping skills, things that I need to improve. Some days are better than others. So I know Amy's working on a shawl. What's everyone working on right now? Um, I have been kind of like, I've been working on my hat holder a little bit, and then I'm been pausing because I was gonna show it off and show how I made the changes to the pattern that I had followed originally. No comment. But then I was, yeah, so I was going to show how I was making the changes, but I just don't, I don't know. I was like, do I need another hat holder? Because it's holding, I have my current hat holder is um, holding all of my hats. So it's like, I don't need another one. And I don't know. Your daughter got her 4-year degree in psych, and it was so interesting. She taught me a lot. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to learn. Almost caught up. Yeah. Also, I know that there's that thing where like if people have psych degrees, that they're always like psychoanalyzing people, and I also don't want to do that because I have enough of a hard time, like I don't know, interacting, being human. So you're gonna put that additional pressure on me? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm definitely more of a numbers person than a people person, like diving into people's psyche person. I don't know. I don't like to think about things uh, that deep. I just really kind of struggle with it, if I'm being honest. But I think that's part of the neurodivergence, is that I constantly am like, is this a normal human thing? Is it just a that person thing? Is it just a me thing? You saved the video link. Cool. Do you like, would I made some changes that I personally think are helpful? Um, if you want me to go through what I did, I can do that, but you can obviously do things however you want. Work through rough times. Mm-hmm. Taking a counsel for 5 years, it's draining. Exactly. Yeah. I don't think I have that. Um, my experience with a lot of things I would experience, like caretakers burn out a lot faster than other people. Um, and just because like I struggled to stay afloat like a lot of the time. So it's really hard to counsel, to be the caretakers, to be um, in that position. It's a lot. I know that you've done a ton, Amy. So and you've had other stuff going on in your life, right? Like, thing is, like, you're helping all these people through these difficult moments in their lives, and your life is also just the general you. Your life is also like happening, and like the roller coaster of life is, you know, coming at you. So yeah, I no, thank you. No, thank you. It's very cool. It's very interesting. I think that like if I compassion fatigue, yeah, maybe that's, did I say caretaker? I get caretaker's fatigue is something, but I think compassion fatigue is what I was reaching for and did not grab. I think that I think that psychiatry is also very interesting. Um, I think I'd probably be a bit better psychiatrist, but than psychologist. Um, but alas, I will never do either because my brain is broken and I can't do shit. But yeah, so we'll be talking a lot about a little bit of everything this upcoming month. Um, and, I'll be trying to share resources and talk about, as many things as I can. And hopefully these interviews go well and don't suck on my behalf, like on me doing something wrong and me being terrible at interviewing, because that's very possible. That's very fucking possible. Um, I know the people that I'm going to be talking to are my friends and are going to be cool. It's going to be, just whether or not I suck ass at it. No, my brain is broken. My brain is broken. I would say before 2019, you know, uh, acquired taste brain. After 2019, after my brain injury, my brain is definitely broken. My brain does not do the same stuff that it once was able to. It's literally not capable of doing it anymore. It's I know. I appreciate all of that sentiment, but no, I have chronic conditions that actually only get worse with time, and I had a brain injury. So yeah, no, I there there's no more healing can be done. I mean, the thing is, the way I like to think about things, and sometimes this is a little bit too disjointed for some of the people that are like my mental health care professionals, right? But like sometimes I like to think about things like problems I'm going through. Like, is this a chemical, like brain chemical issue? Or is this a environmental, like situation, things happening around me issue? Because, like, and that's when because I see a psychiatrist who handles my medication, and I see a psychologist who I do talk therapy with. And so if I'm having a environmental issue, like taking medication isn't going to solve that problem. Now, sometimes at prolonged periods of certain things, I need that help. That's fine. But like I think of it as kind of like a chemical issue that requires a chemical solution, right? And then other things, um, like if I am experiencing mania, I'm going into a manic episode. Talk therapy is not going to help me out of it. It's not gonna do anything. Um, the only thing it will help me do is identify that I'm going through it potentially, and like then I can use that information to go to my psychiatrist to actually do something about it. So really, the only thing is like identifying it, right? Depression, a little bit different because you can use your coping skills and medication. That helps me get it. So like every situation is kind of different, right? Um, so like when I say that I have a broken brain, I'm not looking for I don't have a broken brain comment, because I'm not in a place where uh, I can't. For me, that's my reality. I guess is the best way to put it. It doesn't serve me. My mentality is it doesn't serve me to not be realistic with my brain not functioning. It doesn't serve me to say like my brain is broken and I'm disabled because of it. So if I thought differently, then I would be running up the hill constantly that I'd never get anywhere, and never have peace. It's part of resolving that grief process. Um, so, um, is finding some acceptance in a situation, and my acceptance is that it is what it is. So, yeah, exactly. Your dang Botox got delayed. Oh, I'm so sorry. 2 hours of filming the insurance and neurologist office. Finally got things resolved. Botox will be a week later. Well, at least you get your Botox. I'm sorry it's a week later, though. I know those timelines really. I mean, when that Botox starts wearing off, I know you feel it. Yeah, sometimes brains are permanently injured. It's just kind of yes, acceptance can be very therapeutic. I mean, I spoiler little spoiler, but Lori and I are going to talk about grief um, in our conversation, and I believe in the stages of grief that you have to go through, and acceptance is the final one, right? Final one. Not like you don't keep on bouncing around in there, once you get to acceptance for a little bit, but, um, kind of accepting like, okay, like you lost this part of your life. You're not in that same place. You used to be able to do this. Now you're not able to do that. Now your abilities are different. Acceptance is necessary because without acceptance, like you're going to kind of drive yourself crazy. And so it can be very therapeutic. And there's triggers the cycle again. Yep, exactly. Yeah, I don't feel like grief has ever really like done. Like it's not like you're like, okay, well I've grieved enough, and now I will never grieve that one thing again. It's like something can pop up and you can start grieving again. You're like, damn it, I'm gonna stab myself with this little stabby circle cylindrical thing. Look at this thing. It's like what was that movie like in the 90s, like Man in the Iron Mask or something? You know what I'm talking about? I don't think I ever saw the movie. I just think I saw like the ads for it. You know? So, but and there's always like an argument to be made about what's what's accepting and what's resigning. But like all things, there's a balance. So so upcoming hockey tomorrow at what time is the hockey game? Is it 4? Actually, I'm gonna be late to that. Let me see. Okay, tomorrow at 4:30, my time, so Pacific, which means 7:30 Eastern. It's going to be Senators Hurricanes in the lounge on Discord. And then, because the Stars Wild are playing right now, Ducks and Oilers playing right now. Okay, and then Avalanche Kings are going to be playing after the Hurricanes and Senators at 7 p.m. my time. Uh, yes, if you don't mind. Although I have a therapy appointment at 4:30 my time, so 5:30 your time. So I won't be uh, out until 6:30 your time. So if you don't want to start the game, if you're not going to watch it, uh, you can start it an hour late if you want. Totally up to you though. It's hard because there's no time to put like anything. Like you can't like I've been trying to like schedule watching like Dracula with my sister and everything, and it's like there's no time when the playoffs are going, especially if you're rooting for more than one team. There's just no time. Oh yeah, you can get it started. I just didn't know if you wanted to watch the game or not. Um, yeah, so I didn't want to put pressure for you to watch my team, like watch the East Coast, like if you didn't care. So yeah, you're welcome to. Yeah, don't let me hold you back. I just didn't want to hold you to a start time that I wasn't going to make myself. I needed someone to like pile drive me into the cement right now. I need like someone to like break my back. Love hockey, so no problem. Yay. Yay. I've been having so much fun watching it. Although, oh my gosh, are the Stanley Cup like couple of playoffs? They're so like, and I already have so much anxiety when watching hockey games. Hey Daniel, are you still on your vacation? I'm loving the pictures. I really love the tortoise, turtle, tortoise. I don't know the difference. He's so cute. With his little wrinkly ball sack neck. They're so cool looking. But yeah, my anxiety has been just like through the roof. Which I mean, like, I'm watching most of the games like in front of you all, so you can see that I am a wreck. But okay, thank you. Still away. Yeah, if you didn't see, Daniel posted a picture of the uh, longest living um, land animal. So I believe it was a tortoise, and he might be the oldest, like one. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Daniel. Oh, why wouldn't you think about Daniel? It does look cool. I love the vacation pics. I love like living vicariously through other people. Although I did have a thought where I was like one of the things he's the oldest. So cool. How like freaking majestic. Hmm. I know. So this actually ties in with what I was about to say. So I was thinking about because like I see ads and stuff for like cruises and stuff, and I just was like, when I went on a cruise, it was like probably some of the like it was such a fun time, maybe the most fun I've ever had. And like, of course, it was because a lot of it was because of the company, but like just like the experience, just everything being included, and just like it was awesome. But when we went to Honeymoon Beach in I think it was in the Bahamas, and nope, it was not in the Bahamas, but I don't remember where it was. His name is Jonathan. He's 198 years old right now. I gotta get his skincare routine. Daniel Yarn, his prized possession. Oh, nice. Jonathan. Also, that's a very cute name. It's a very cute name for a tortoise. Um, but when we went swimming, we went snorkeling off this beach, and first of all, the vastness of the ocean, even though we were not that far from the beach, but you couldn't see the bottom. It's horrifying, especially when you have anxiety and everything scares you. Um, but I saw a sea turtle, and it literally, like, like when you see watercolors of sea turtles, you're like, wow, that's so beautiful. But when I was looking at it with my own eyes, it looked like a watercolor painting. And that's just how my brain like absorbed it. I was like, this is easily one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. So turtles and tortoises, cool. I've heard they kind of stink. Otherwise, would probably have like a little. I would get 4 turtles and a pet rat and start living my teenage mutant demon uh, life. I'm still here. Bella is calling. Good night. Good night, Vicky. Thanks for hanging out. Always fun to see you and hang out. You have a great week as well. See you around these streets. Also, let me see if I can find it. My sister just adopted 2 pet goats, and they're like baby billy goats right now. So, red-eared slider turtles. They are so cute. Had it over 15 years. Wow. I always forget what I'm doing, like, really any portion of the way through anything. Oh my gosh, I need to tell her to do goat yoga. That's such a good idea. She might love that. Okay, it was her story. Okay, gotta go to my text messages with my sister. I've been second. I told her to play Goat Simulator. I can't. So this is with 2 of her dogs. They're so tiny. And I think they named him after Avatar, the last Airbender, which I don't know anything about. Okay, so Momo and Boomy from Avatar. Keep your yarn away from the goats. I'm keeping everything I have away from all of her animals because no matter how destructive those goats could be, her dogs are the real ones that I gotta worry about because like they just they're those dogs that will eat, chew, bite everything. So watching the spitting talking goat videos too when I'm oh I don't know which videos those are. If you want to put a link in the Discord to those videos, I would appreciate it. Yeah, my sister had a pig, and unfortunately, the pig passed away like a couple weeks after she got the pig. It was a freak accident. Um, so, and my sister has 3 dogs, and then recently, my sister was talking about she was gonna get a pig soon, and um, she just needed some time after the other pig had passed because it's crazy. And so then like one day like these goats happened. She just was like she just sent me a thing like can you keep a secret? And I'm like if your sister tells you she's like if she sends you something like that, there's like 2 things that come to your mind right away. And you're like, okay, my sister is pregnant or my sister has killed someone and I have to help her hide the body. And it was goats. Not what I would have guessed, but I'm glad it was that. Although, I mean, if she was pregnant, that would have been fine. Um, but like, yeah, asking me again if I can keep a secret and argues with spitting goat. Okay. I'll have to see if I can. Links are hard when you're the host because it. Oh, just first my phone. You like cheese? Went to total extremes. My, I am bipolar, and it's like I feel like so. This is okay. We were talking about psychology and psych classes earlier, so um, this is one thing that I. Uh, it was this very quick, like flash in the pan kind of little tidbit of information. I remember from my psych class. So I get to the point already. Jeez. So my psych professor was like, she was we were going through like abnormal psych. That's like the week or two that we spent on abnormal psych, right? And so you start looking at mental illnesses uh, in that, and so we we started talking about generalized anxiety disorder, which your boy has. And I like cheese too. I don't know if I mentioned that. And so uh, she said when she was learning about, was going through like an abnormal psych course where they go more into detail about individual diagnoses and stuff like that. She said her professor put a sentence on the um, on the board and was like, okay, read this sentence, and if you interpreted it this way, stand on this side, and if you interpreted it this way, stand on this side. And so the sentence was, the doctor examined little Annie's growth. So, like, that's the sentence. I'll say it again. The doctor examined little Annie's growth. And so he was like, if you thought that the sentence was about the doctor looking at how much taller Annie got, stand over here. If you were thinking about Annie's got cancer, she's got a growth like a mass, stand over here. He's like, people with generalized anxiety disorder or anxiety disorders are more likely to be on this side, thinking that she has a mass, a growth, and he's examining it. Whereas people who don't have crippling anxiety probably think they're just looking at her height. So, yes, my brain does go to extremes. My brain lives in extremes. I actually really have a hard time with gray area and middle ground a lot because I'm bipolar, which is all about extremes, and I have anxiety and panic disorders. So freak the fuck out. I just go from zero, and I am like the jumpiest person in the world. It's pretty humiliating if I don't if I say so myself. When you all heard that sentence, did you think of anything? Or were you like, I don't. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't have. It doesn't mean those. Apparently, I still fall on it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and anxiety disorders and all of this, like all of those can like present in such different ways, and um, like it's they're interesting, and like I think how I also like to think of it for whatever reason is there's also like rational to irrational fears and anxieties. And that's all on like a spectrum, because like that's clearly not um, you know a uh, a black and white thing, right? But like generalized anxiety is like those is like for a lot of those things for me that I get really anxious about, that I think about, because I just have like physical anxiety like in my bones that I don't even feel like I'm anxious, but then my body is like, did you forget to take your anxiety medication? Because you can be down for the count in like 3 minutes. Um, but I feel like it's like they're all like in the realm of like possibility. And it's like, okay, that could be normal for someone to be worried about, but it's not normal for them to be as worried as you are. Like that's where it becomes a disorder, is when it infringes on your ability to like live your life. So, because you can be a very anxious person, but if it doesn't like impact your like living, that's where it could be different. Didn't want the irrational. Exactly, yeah, because anxiety is a evolutionary advantage that we have that's served us well and helped us survive. And we want to be able to, we want to, living life without any fear at all is very, very dangerous, truly. So it's good to have rational anxiety, but it's when you get anxious for no reason, when you develop phobias. Um, the most irrational of all of them, I feel, is agoraphobia, because I have it and I hate it, and I feel like it's the stupidest thing of all time. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. But, you know, whatever. Also, I've been thinking lately about, and I don't talk about my PTSD a lot because I don't really want to talk to you all about PTSD, if I'm being honest, about my PTSD at least. Um, and, but like, I was thinking about, I was in treatment like 2 years ago, and I got triggered really bad because of a situation that happened, like a fight that happened between two other people who were in treatment, and it was wild. Um, like the guy who got hit, like ended up needing to get his like jaw wired shut, like in two places. It was just a really gnarly thing that happened, and just was like the most like triggering thing for me. And I was like, been thinking about that a lot lately, because like I don't think I've ever been like um I've definitely had it triggered before, but it's never been like that level of hypervigilance and all this stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, yeah. It's yeah. No one chooses that level of uh, that phobia and that level of anxiety. Um, but yeah, I just feel like because it's one of those things where like I feel like if like I had this fear of snakes, it'd be like, oh well, like some snakes are poisonous, and it hurts when all snakes bite you at the very least. So it makes sense that you would fear snakes. Like, and then I have to talk about my agoraphobia, and I'm like, this is so dumb. Like explaining it. I think for a lot of people, it does feel like prison. I will say that I don't feel like I'm in prison. Um, I feel like when I had a doctor last summer, who was refusing to give me my anxiety meds, and so I could not leave, like even in like an emergency situation. That I felt like I was like this guy is ruining my life, and I am imprisoned by him. Um, so that I did feel that. Here, I mostly just feel um, because sometimes they can just slip underneath the the radar. Um, oh, you just meant during the fight. Okay, but yeah, with agoraphobia, it also can feel like a lot of people do feel like they're in prison, but sometimes I can kind of convince myself to like get out, do stuff, so I don't feel bad. Um, yeah. Oh yeah. It. Yeah. That was not great. Psych words are weird. Psych words are weird. Uh, she can pop off uh, in the weirdest ways. So yeah, yeah. They had these. Their beds were like. So they had these uh, kind of the bed frames were like wooden frames that were um, you couldn't move from the floor, like they were built into the floor or whatever. And then they had the mats that are like plastic coated, and there's a sheet on there. Um, and they had two of them per room, and I was so fucked up that um, I like took my mat off my bed and put it in the corner, and I was like sandwiched between the bed and the wall. So it was like a little burrito, a little taco, and I just like or a little hot dog. I was the hot dog in the hot dog bun, and I just was like, it was awful and embarrassing, but mostly awful. When you're that scared, you don't give a shit what people think about you. And then I don't know why, but like when I moved here, like right at the end of staying in the sober living I was at, and then when I moved here, I was so bad. It was like I was having some really bad um, PTSD. Well, actually, I think I know why. Because there used to be in like a couple apartments down, there used to be this guy and girl that would just scream at each other all the time, and I just like I don't do well with that, and so and I was talking to my therapist at the time, and how it was like we did put like a safety plan together. Hey Adrienne, welcome in. I don't know why my brain just stopped working halfway through. But like my therapist was like, we did like went through my like triggers and everything, and it was like he was like so domestic violence, and I was like, because I had described it as like I felt like it was like a domestic violence situation, but like I didn't know what to do, and I didn't know if I should call. Like, I was like, I don't know. I have no idea. Um, so, but it was like every day they were just screaming between both of them. So they're just like, ugh. Even thinking about it, I was just like, ugh, ugh. What are you up to, Adrian? But anywho, I'm glad that's over. She moved out. Everything got a lot better after that. I feel like I want to watch a movie. I wonder what is out and about right now. Zach and I watched The Dark Knight the other day, and I tried really hard not to be a hater, mostly for you, Zach, but I really don't like Christian Bale's Batman. I really don't. Obviously, like Heath Ledger is very good, but oh no, what's going on? Yeah, we're talking about some mental health because next month I'm going to be doing a lot of mental health um, awareness stuff because it's Mental Health Awareness Month. What the fuck is going on? I'm sorry, Restream's being okay. But yeah, they're just talking about different things we got going on. Lori, have you seen Hidden Figures? You didn't like it. You're the one who suggested it. That's why I put it out. We both didn't like it. We're watching it because we think the other person likes it. We don't say anything about it. Oh, oh, I'm so sorry. Really sorry. Um, I am not saying this because of any reason other than like purely just trying to bright side anything. Um, but for the giveaways in May, I'm going to be giving away these little spiky hand roller things. And um, they can be good if you have like self-harm tendencies and you kind of like hurting yourself. But so I know that they're out there. No, I didn't. I didn't, Zach. Oh, Adrian, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry she's going through that. It's tough, and that's tough because it's one thing that like it becomes like an addiction for many people, and it's not something that they can just stop once it's acknowledged. And so I know that working on your mental health is a big aspect of you know getting out of that place where you'll go back to that. So, however, we can support you in this. Only one. Yeah. Yeah. It's tough. Yeah. You saw about half of the movie. Yeah, it's so good. I love this movie. I'll put it on in the Discord. We'll we can play that if you, you won't. Um, yeah, I think that if you haven't done it or seen it firsthand and really paid attention to it, then it's something that you can't understand. Um, to understand, but uh, movie and you didn't like it, Zach. I picked Howl's Moving Castle and you didn't like it. We didn't even get like 2 minutes into the movie, and then you saw. Also, there's a lot of movies you haven't seen, Zach, that I want to introduce you to, but it's hard because like you never really remember how like the beginning goes. It's because it's not like, the main part, so it might be like shitty and you're miserable. I know there are. I know there are different resources. Let me see because I'm trying to see if 988 is just for SI or if it's for SH as well. Next time Ian is big, I'll hold you to it. You're not even conscious. Yeah, it's hard for me to do two things at once most of the time. So 988 is a SI and crisis helpline. So you can call, you can text, you can also open up a chat. Um, so that can be they it's so it's if you haven't used 988 before, which I have personally, um, what to expect when you call the 988 lifeline. So using the 988 lifeline is free. When you call, text, or chat the 988 lifeline, your conversation is confidential. The 988 lifeline provides you judgment free care. Connecting with someone can help save your life. So that's one thing. And then if I don't remember if Casey is part of the community, LGBTQ plus community, um, but the Trevor Project is another really amazing um, tool that's specifically for the community. They don't turn people away if they're not part of the community, but they're kind of there. Um, and they have 24/7 um, crisis support. Yeah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's a lot. Just so you know that she's got resources, so you don't have to be the rock for everybody, because that's also gonna put a lot of pressure on you. And it's good to have, you know, it's a lot. Okay. I mean, like I said, yeah, cool. Yeah, I couldn't remember, but she's not gonna be turned away if she wants to um, use that as a resource as well. I love this movie, and I love Taraji P Henson. And then I know there's a lot of things, like the spiky thing, like um, band-aids, not band-aids, rubber bands, but really getting someone to talk to, because all that stuff is gonna build up. And it's hard to feel alone. Yeah, she might right now. She's trying to respect her space. Yeah, that's a good point. Um, it's, it's hard because I know it's one of those things where like it feels like there's no right thing to do. Um, and there's definitely, I would say, definitely wrong things to do. Um, definitely how my parents dealt with it, I would put under the wrong category. Um, but you respecting her space, letting her know you love her, sometimes it's the best you can do. And, you know, so I hope things get better. I really do. It's tough. Tough. But families that stick together, they pull through stuff like this all the time. So you can do it too. Ooh, ooh, I have a card. Life is tough, but so are you. Here's a little pocket hug, just to remind you that you are tough and strong. So keep it in your pocket and remember you got this. If you win the giveaway, you'll get one of these. I have extra ones, so if you don't win the giveaway, I'll send one to you guys. Yeah, because I think you are right on the money there. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I'll have to watch it later. When I was getting my degree in math, this movie, Hidden Figures, and what's the one about the Enigma machine with Benedict Cumberbatch? The Imitation Game. Those came out like right around the same time when I was in school, and so we just watched these all the time, like for fun. Not yet. I'm like 200 views or 200 hours away, so been trying much closer. Super big thanks to everyone, but especially want to call out Lori for always always having me running. I probably for like several months straight, and I really appreciate it. We're so close. Believe me, you all will be the first people I tell, but we're not quite there yet. I'm trying. Hopefully, these giveaways help. Zap, 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 zap. Thanks, Adrian. Appreciate it. This thing is awesome. Spiky, 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 spike. This is such a cool story. I wonder where the imitation game is, because that's a good one too. We'll watch all the math movies, and then I know there's one about like Zero. Oh, apparently it's free on Tubi. That's cool, and it might be on Prime. We can watch that later. ads during like dramatic movies are always so weird to me. They take me out of it because I'm like getting pulled into the story and getting so into it. Yeah, okay, emotionally invested. And then they're like, here's like a political ad. When I was watching the movies, it was less dark because it would be like, this is like dark, moody, like the music is all like, and then all of a sudden it's like at Sonic drive through, you can get a slushie. Okay, that's weird. Panera sounds really good right now. Speaking of Panera, Artemi Panarin has been such a good addition to the Kings team. Sometimes like just the language of period accurate pieces. I'm like I know that they have to say it because that's what it was. It just doesn't make it right. But watching history like this doesn't make you feel some kind of way, and then you're not paying attention. Also, if I could still do math, this would be like my dream job. Taraji P. Henson, that actress, actually got to meet Catherine uh, while she was alive. I think she's since passed. I know you are, Lori. You're doing so much for me, and I appreciate it. So thankful. Could not have done it without you. I never would have made it. I, I never will make it. If stand up and stretch real quick. Oh my gosh, my body is brittle. God, what a dick. He's like, check this math. I'll black, black out half of it. This part is just like so iconic in the story. When I was in school and when I was watching this, I was drinking so much coffee. I connected so much with like the just the deep need for caffeination. And then what happens here just They're like, fuck that, I'm out. I love this. I keep getting notifications for like PWHL games that are going on, and um, I think that playoffs are about to start for the PWHL, and it's like with the NHL playoffs, it's like how am I supposed to have enough? How do I have enough time to watch all of the hockey? I don't. I'm tired. It's like Lori, it's like your channel. Oh wait, I know you say can I get a name in? No worries, Lori. You do what you gotta do. I should be crocheting. I've been like, I don't know, like I'm not creatively constipated is what I want to say, but like I feel like I have all of these ideas. I just like don't have like the turnover to like getting things started because I'm in the middle of this fucking hat project that I'm like, do I need it? It's just gonna take up room, and I'm never gonna sell it, so it's just there. For sure. She's like, what the fuck did you just say? She's like, I will strip you down with my knowledge of mathematics. It's not because we wear skirts, it's because we wear glasses. What a fucking slay icon. Go for it, Zach. I feel like I like that actor and other stuff I've seen him in, but I can't think of one of those things. Hey, Bridget, welcome in. We were talking about goats earlier because my sister just got two tiny billy goats, and I think they're billy goats. They're goats, and they're so cute. You're good, Zach. I this when I was in school, I loved so deeply working on the chalkboard. I loved it. I know some people hate chalkboards. I love I like dry erase, but like chalkboards especially because it's much easier to find chalk than it was and clean the chalkboard than it was to find a dry erase marker that actually was worked and wasn't totally dried out. So me and my friend would just like work through problems all the time. We just spend hours and hours every day. It's ridiculous. Nerds. Thought it was almost midnight. Yeah, I guess not for you. I was like, it's past midnight, or it's so close. I was like, it's close to midnight, but you're not East Coast time. Yeah, not quite, not quite. Oh, we're about to get like Lori, get ready because this is about to be such a good monologue. Wait, no, never mind. Never mind. We're not at the part that I thought it was at. And now it's time for Panera. God, Panera sounds so good. I love Panera mac and cheese. I think this does such a good job showing that like the way that the tiers of like race and gender, like how rights and privileges and how people were viewed as capable, how that tricked down here. I, I don't know if what I said just makes sense, but just like, of course, a woman couldn't do what a man did, or a black woman couldn't do what a white woman could do. It's like all of these different things that they're telling in the story. It's almost been the rest of the Sunday. Rest of Sunday. Yeah, you did. You teleported to Zach's uh, Zach's place. His time. Oh, I'm so sorry, Zach. Do you have anything planned to do in his memory, or do you just kind of like to stay focused on something else? Gotta work at 3, so I'll take mine up. That's good. It's good to have a distraction. And oh, I swear, it's like now that my place is a lot smaller, I don't have that problem as much. But at my old place, like when I was living with my parents, my packing tape would walk away. I swear, every week it'd be in a different place, and I'd be like, "How?" There's no getting over things like that. It's just learning how to cope differently. And whoever told your mom that needs to just fuck off. Honestly, no, you might have not told them that, but you can definitely think about it. You just think about them just fucking off. And whatever they're saying, maybe they've never lost anyone, so they think it's easy. or maybe they have lost someone and how they cope is, just pretend like it doesn't matter. And for some people, that's how they get through the day. There's no right way to deal with things, but there's no deadline or timeline on what's okay to to deal with things. Or you're free to get job experience. Right? The things we do when we're experiencing loss and pain like that, it's just sometimes we're just not. We're doing our best. It doesn't mean it's great for everyone around us, but sometimes we just got to do it the best we can. That's I'm sorry. Sorry, I went on this Monday. It's rough, Zach. I know that it's been hard for you. As long as I've known you, I know that this is always a difficult time of year. So you'll get through it just like you have every year before this. But that doesn't mean that you can't feel all of these emotions. They're healthy to feel. It's just what you do with them. That's nice and big. It's really nice. That's all we can hope for, right? Is that people will show up. Zach, you don't have to apologize. You're always welcome to talk about that stuff here. Talk about talk about it. It's important. We always talk about how important it is not to bottle stuff up. It really, really is dangerous to bottle stuff up. So it's okay, Zach. I know, and you can't do that forever. You just can't. It's going to eat you away. And instead of every year getting a little bit easier, you processing things a little bit better, it's going to get worse. Things don't get better when you pop them. When we do things in May, can it be Monday or Tuesday? Are you like the are you talking about like what the because honestly with the playoffs, the NHL playoffs, like I don't know how to schedule anything. Like, there's always a hockey game, and I can't get around it. Oh, the interview. Okay, yeah, yeah, we can do it. Honestly, like I'm thinking it should be really short. Like I'm thinking like 10, 15 minutes. I don't want to do like long things. Okay, so we are about to have a very. If you're watching the movie in the Discord, we are about to have like a very iconic monologue piece come up. Hey Zach, welcome in. Oh, chills. Oof. And I'll get those questions. I told you I'd get the questions to you before I asked. Um, so I'll get those to you, and then we'll schedule some time. You remember this part of the movie? This thing is awesome. Purple. It looks. It's so like I just have to touch it. Snaps. My neck is stiff. Kisses. Kisses. I have no nails, so there's no real ASMR here. Hey, Rudy, welcome in. What an icon. That's like the best like celebration, most realistic celebration of anything I've ever seen. Usually people are like, "Yeah." She's like, "Ugh." Mm. Yeah, relatable. I love this movie so much. I've watched it hundreds of times. Maybe not hundreds, dozens. Let's be realistic, dozens. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so let's just an update. What you really okay? So the only game I'm seeing right now is Stars Wild are in third period, 4 minutes remaining, tied at three. I think their series they're tied each with them. This is game three for them. Yeah, I watched the first game in the series. I did not watch the second one. Um, so, so I watched the Minnesota one. I like how it's like who has the shots in space from my point of view. Such a dick. Ah, fuck. Punch myself in the head. Ah, did you see that? I gotta watch that back. Didn't look as funny as I thought it would. It felt like I like legitimately hit myself in the head like that. Just I love this movie. It makes me happy. The guy's like, I'll just say like a few sentences, like, and everyone will love me. It's so cool. It's incredible. Okay, there's a break going on right now on the Stars Wild game. It's okay. It's okay to cry. It's okay to have those feelings and just kind of let yourself feel that. I used to love getting new pencils or like refilling. I'm very specific. A can of pencils that I preferred, and everything else just sucked hard. Um, Otherwise, when I was studying, it's like connected with me on like so many points. Like I was like, they see me. Love that line. Whew. They're so cute. They're so cute. I can't stand them. Oh. I was like, is that a rock? It's like, okay, we like used up your brain juice, and like we took advantage of how smart you are, and basically like you saved our asses time and time again, and oops, where you're out of the job. Okay, I think it's alright. Yeah, I didn't realize it was 22 minutes left. Yeah, once this movie's over, I'm gonna call it a night. We've been on for like almost 4 hours. Ooh, should get. Hey, Scotty Bean. Hey, Scotty. Why is that guy? He has a hard time keeping up with her. She's running in heels. So it's very foolish. Or just focus on what's going on. So moving in at 10 o'clock at night. Okay, so stars in the mild are in overtime. Patty. Mm. She's a supervisor. She called her Mrs. Vaughn. A sign of respect. She's trying to do better. She has been doing great before this, so she's acknowledging she has room to grow. The story is just so incredible. Just touches me every time. Sidney Crosby goes second period as they're guessing Brian Russ listens like into a WWE match. Yeah, it's been wild. Okay, there's 8 minutes remaining in the Earth versus Wild uh, overtime. I mean, rather, they've had almost 13 or 12, a little over 12 minutes of overtime played thus far. So, oh, nice to get look action. Like, what is that? How scary to like experience that. Ugh. We've gotten so used to like pretty much most space travel being safe and being fine that we don't even. I mean, I don't pay attention to when people are taking off or landing much. So she did. She did. She did it. He's bringing her coffee. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. I love this movie. But also, like, it's crazy, like, so long, like, so many years where like, nobody talked about her contributions to space travel. And, like, pretty much until, like, this, around this time that this movie came out and everything, like, most people didn't talk about it. Yes. Love those ladies. So thank you for watching that with me, Lori. And yeah, so we watched a movie. Let's see. Apparently, the battle for Pennsylvania has just been absolutely banana. It's just crazy. And I didn't see a game today, but maybe it was earlier. It's just not. The Wild Stars game is still going on. They've been playing for about 18 minutes in overtime, the first overtime. So still a chance for someone to score a goal and end it. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so let's see. The way that this is organized on Google, it's hard to find when people are playing what. Okay, so the Flyers have won 3, so they're then 3 on game 3. So um, yeah. So I mean, they could have another overtime. They could have like 18 more overtimes, right? So I guess I'll wait for this overtime to be done, and then we'll call it a night. So 51 seconds left. Okay, so I'm gonna call it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for letting me share this happy meal that I got for the upcoming giveaways in May, and I can't wait to do that with you all. Talk about mental health, do some interviews with some awesome people, talking about mental health, and just create a good environment that fosters a lot of conversations, good conversations that are necessary, right? So thank you so much for hanging out with me, and I will talk